Oh boy. Oh no. What is this? What the fuck? Okay. How did I get to my playlist last time? Actually, I wanted to do something slightly different today. Fuck! Wait, this. Is it straight track? Or a straight shot? Okay. How do I get here again? I want grid to straight this time. blinked. We're getting there. Alright. Keep chugging along, keep chugging along. 60. Damn, son. Keep going. Keep going. Damn it. I gotta get 100 on one of these. All right, we're going for 100. 5 more. Let's get 500s. Fuck! I was on it. Oh, shit. Fuck you! Damn it, I'm falling apart. We're gonna get 100. 100. to go? Oh, I blinked. I'm throwing it all away. Yikes. Last one, best one. I ruined it! And my lowest score. Didn't even get 100%. That's okay. We progress. Oh my. You get over here, you little... Yo. Guy's dodging me. Alright. Hey! God damn, that was bad. Take a break. Take a break. Hit the goddamn. Oh my god. Oh, is that no? 79 is my all-time. Well, I guess recent all-time. 24 is pretty solid though. Pretty solid. Got a ways to go. Straight shot's tough. Especially with the little balls. Hey! Down it. Eight to go. We just push through these. I mean, I should be trying to do better here, but this point is becoming more of a chore. almost high score there. Let's go. 5 to go. 5 to go. Damn it. 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. 1, 2, 3. 4 to go? 27, 28, 29, 30. Hey, chill, dog. Chill, dog. I missed the first one. Last one, best one. Selena Winter, hey ya. Sup with you? How are you? I'm well. How are you? Just grinding some aim training, aim labs, trying to get better. Come on. Oh, whoa, huge high score. Whoa. That's what's up. Last one, best one. I think we're ready. I'm just chilling. I am new to Kick. How could you tell? What gave it away? Oh, hot damn. This is my jam. Keep me party until the AM. Y'all don't understand. Make me throw my hands in the air, air. Let's get some kills, yeah? Let's get some kills. Let's do some killing. Trios? No, we need to get we gotta get some gunfights in. Gun run? Gun run? Selena, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Celine, sorry. Celine _ Winter. I feel like I've played T-Dome. Gunrun T-Dome. That's like 4 or 5 times. Here. Give it that. Why am I shorter?
Welcome to the Thunderdome.
Where are we going?
Gunrun.
Where do we go? Yo. Oh, I got obliterated.
I am back. This superior form does not succumb easily. Shields are depleted. Recharging.
No, I suck. I felt so good after that first kill. Now, come on. Dylan, what the f are you doing over here, man?
Not so fast. Time to bind you.
What the fuck? Show me that. Damn, I got lit up. My kill.
Shields are depleted. Recharging.
My kill.
Bound by my hand.
Maharaj.
Recharging shields.
Oh, I'm stuck too. Damn it.
Time to bind you. Recharging shields. Tearing through reality.
Oh, I'm big dead air. Fuck you! What the tits is that? Sneaky, sneaky. Yeah. Yes! Yes! Wasn't me, I didn't die. Fine. Absolutely fine. Oh, that was me. I was in this kill cam. It's hilarious.
Focus, fight, win.
Gun run on T-Dome, baby!
Welcome to the Thunderdome. Gun run.
Welcome to the Thunderdome. Whoa, I got drilled. How the heck?
Recharging my shields. Taking a moment to recharge my shields.
Shield depleted. Recharging.
Oh, I stinky. I stinky.
Really thought you belonged in here with professionals. You misguided sod.
Marking our surroundings. Taking a moment to recharge my shields.
Recharging.
I don't know what the fuck just happened there.
Scanning the area. Contact with target.
What? I got killed by the fucking ballistic thing. Oh my gosh. Oh my run. Alright, I gotta pick it up. Oh, sprint? Yes, good.
Marking our surroundings.
I'm trapped. No, come on, dude. I can't get a fucking kill. What is this? I'm stinky, that's what it is. I'm stinky, stinky poopy. Assist. That's fine. Can't get a motherfucking kill. Can't get a motherfucking kill. Oh my.
Recharging my shield.
Bro. Oh, I'm so bad! What do I need to do? I don't know. Literally the only one without a kill.
Y'all like all more heads to screw with.
This is where we went. That's a kill, baby. What? Team Death. We love that. Love Team Death. What do I want to do for Team Death, my bitch?
So many targets in so little time. Andiamo, ragazzi.
Hone your mind to a razor's edge.
Ready to head out?
Little mobilo. Little mobility. Yeah, alright. Nah, nah, nah. Compound bow and bolt.
Echoes take the sweet angle. Moving.
Oh fuck, I missed it. No, I didn't.
Check it out. A tra poco. Recharging my shield.
That's what's up, bitch.
Sponsored by Chevrex.
What?
One more.
What?
Level 2 shield on our prey there. I've got a friend.
Recharging my shield.
Recharging shields.
Launching to a new angle.
Care package being delivered. Sponsored by Chevrex. They're advising me. Let's put you in a bind. Recharging shields.
Damn, son. Thank you, poopy, poopy.
Getting a fresh angle.
Oh my gosh. That's real bad, dog. Real bad. Respawn, respawn, respawn. Come on, get me back in.
Need a new angle on this. Right here.
That's a kill.
Recharging shield.
Enemy track. Attenzione! Enemy here!
I'm snared. This is what my brain feels like.
We have any other plans?
Thermite. Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Yeah, baby.
Praise tab. Take him down.
Take the assist, dog. I can't hit a freaking shot. Oh, I got him.
Tear through. We are halfway to victory. Do not get careless.
Oh shit, I suck.
Sponsored by Chevrex.
Moving to Echo for a better angle.
Recharging shields.
Check it out!
Should not have done that.
I almost died, but then I didn't. Not the first time.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Oh, you bitch. Boy.
package being delivered. Sponsored by Shadrax.
Check it out. It's getting for enemies.
Team is near taking the match.
Second out. Out. Second scanning.
Just trying, Hive.
Whoa!
Not so fast. Time to bind.
Why is the music so intense?
Moving tackle there.
What?
You are the Apex champions.
Sit on the cafe for me. Kill the stinky one. Lol. Lo. Alright, let's play some. Let's get some drops. Let's get some drops. Starting soon. How is that a gold? Ding, ding, ding. One team, one dream.
Our team was so trash. They got 0 kills, 0 knocks, super trash guys.
like to have a little fun. So what?
Big days are coming for us.
A lot of support coming from this team. We're a support team.
Keep your
I'll
friends
support you.
close and your enemies under your blade.
Damn.
Support, support.
Is your champion.
Yeah, you better run. Make it
Potato!
But what are you landing at?
This might be a good place to land.
Just wanna give
Heard that.
Get
Okay.
ready. Moving up.
Looks like we got a team coming.
Target landed near me. All move.
I didn't pick that up. God damn it. Come on. Oh, baby. Alright. Hang with you seeing.
Bamboozles for the fools. That was better in my mind.
Hang on, I'm crafting. Round one. Beginning ring countdown. Attention. First blood has been taken. Extended light mag here. I can make use of that. An excellent selection.
Rings close. 45 seconds. My ultimate's ready.
Extended heavy magazine. Evil harvesters are now available.
Dibs.
Oh shit, here we go.
30
Get these
seconds.
pings.
Ring.
Shields are depleted.
Oh my god, bro. Of course.
And there is me.
Bro.
No one had your back, huh? I hate when that happens. There's one right here.
Shotgun bolt here.
Keep
Level
fucking
2.
line up.
Keeping an eye out here. Well, two eyes. Through goggles.
Heavy ammo here.
One team, one dream.
Either you're with me or you're against me. Or you're with me and against me, because that happens sometimes. I'm just here for a laugh or two. Anyone got a lot?
Clear your mind. Let nothing distract you.
This is your champion.
Make it good. Oh, baby.
I've mastered the jump. Follow. I think we should move that way.
I'm landing on this sniper.
I think we should move that way.
Sniper Jimmy. One team here. One team here. One team, one drain.
There's a landing close to me. Must be my raw magnetism. Making contact here.
They're center, they're center.
Not so fast. Time to bind you.
Stand back. Knuckle clusters firing.
Bam goes the boozle.
This weapon is enhanced. Zipline here. Attention. First blood.
I'm gonna loot.
Truth. This weapon's kitted to the nines. First blood. Well, someone's been a rascal.
We're inside the next ring. Superior positioning. Not so fast. Time to bind you.
Are you pushing? Things of the same.
Harvesters are now available.
Grazie mille.
Sending out my decoy.
Spotted an enemy. Joker over there.
We want to push this or?
Broke that enemy shield.
Oh yeah, baby.
Let and rip. Reloading.
Got one here. Send in a decoy. Wait, how do I know I'm not the decoy?
10 seconds and the ring's closed.
How about this way? Hostile rifles, right?
Oh fuck!
I'm down.
I suck. Didn't hit a shot. Two of them over here.
Quick ring update for you. We ain't in it.
Focus. Do not let them best you again.
Broke that enemy shield. Knuckle cluster out.
Give him my shield.
I've been snared. Bound by my hand. Pitiful. Allowing themselves.
I'm so bad. They're pushing you pretty hard.
Recharging my shields.
New kill leader appointed.
Got us a new kill leader. Wouldn't mind saying good day to him. Replicator there. Reckon they can make spare eye patches? Healing up. She'll be right.
Got me another level. Time for an upgrade. Watch out, Outlands. Fusey's upgrade. Replicator there. Reckon they can make spare eye patches? Enemy over there.
Good pings, good pings. Guy's got a longbow and a wing guess we landed on the sniper.
Well, that'd be an enemy.
Oh, buddy, you're gonna die, buddy. And you're dead.
Got old mate Banner.
Get out of there!
Being shot.
Yeah, you're getting looked at. You gotta keep it moving. Oh, it's running straight lines. Oh, no, bad idea. Yep. Goodbye. One team, one dream! 0-0. Alright, maybe I should not pick up the Sentinel because I fucking suck.
That way. Come on.
Eyes up, enemy.
Let's go there. There's a jump tower over there.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
3 enemies trapped. I don't know how I trapped an enemy. That's pretty incredible, though, if you think about it. As Mirage. I see many other Mirages trapping. Middle and 3.
How about we reposition over there? Fool in my sight. There. Got a jump tower over there.
One team, one dream! Support squad!
They say flattery will get you nowhere. It'll get you everywhere.
Today smells like victory. I love pretending to smell. Sniff, sniff. This match is gonna be extravagant, that's the word.
One team, one dream!
Introducing your champion.
Your mama hoe.
Just want to give a shout out to all my fans watching. Hola!
Make it nice, make it nasty.
I say we land here. Here we go.
Tree,
it's
tree,
a long
tree,
drop.
tree, tree.
Fun. Is that how I do it?
Fucking car drop. I do enjoy a Tonator. I didn't get any ammo? What's the deal?
Round 1.
An enhanced weapon. You'll knock them dead.
Great. Already inside the
I
ring.
told myself no more Sentinel, so I will Be a good boy. Oh my gosh.
Oh, someone got the party started.
Jump drive out.
So good. Shot a cargo by. Extended heavy mag here. Extended
Evo
sniper mag here.
harvesters are now
Level 2.
available.
Optics here. Close
Gotta
range.
hop up here. Gun shield generator. Nah, try shooting me now. Please don't.
Friends, there is an extended energy magazine here. Level 3.
Dibs. Don't be afraid to look at your map. We're spread out a bit.
There's someone over there.
Not with you, Bella.
Jump drive in position.
Using Rapus.
We're already in the next ring. They won't stand a chance against you, beautiful.
Extended energy mag here. Level. Never mind. Sorry.
Kill leader appointed.
New kill leader. Soon to be me.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Grappling.
Grappling.
Something on my sleeves and what's extra supplies. I leveled up. It's half past upgrade o'clock. I better pick one. This upgrade's made me stronger, faster, and chiseled-er than before. It's a word.
Fire. I am taking fire, friends. Broke that enemy shield.
I'm not there.
Reloading.
I'm on my way though.
They're shooting at me. Shattered an enemy shield. Enemy dropped.
Reloading.
Reloading. Enemy killed.
Things it again.
Recharging shields.
Tossing thermite. Tossing thermite. Taking fire. Frag out. Reloading.
Downed an enemy. Throwing thermite grenade.
Arc star out.
Frag out. Sending out another one. Fire, friends. Relax. I got everything under control. I think that was the whole squad. The last guy just kind of dropped.
Nice work. You're good. I need shields.
I have eyes on the enemy.
Contact.
Yeah, I think this place needs a little more me. Nothing on my sleeves
Hostile
and
close.
what's up? Shot at. Decoy escape.
Open up the door and shut him down.
Give him my shield to recharge.
You are coming home with me tonight.
Bam goes the
Contact
boozle.
with target.
Bamboozle.
Back up a little bit.
Recharging shields.
Just keep your health. Clear your life.
I'm chilling. I'm
They push
chilling.
fast. Yeah, if they push past me,
One down. One down.
Target down.
they're right above me. They want us down.
Very low. Very low.
Took care of that one.
Okay.
One up top too.
Recharging shields.
Took out an enemy.
One above. One above.
Alright,
Give him my shield to recharge.
Half the squads remain.
oh, I did
Got one
not
spotted.
see him on the way.
Activating jump drive.
Let's go here. Reloading.
Sorry, I need to stop for shotgun ammo.
Taking
I'm pushing
fire.
with this guy.
Kinda
I
sound
cracked
bad.
an enemy shield.
Giving my shields a
Is that every guy?
That would be
We're
it for
good.
that
Full kill.
squad.
Okay.
Attention. There is a new kill
Extended
leader.
heavy mag here.
Got a
Level
little
3.
concerned when
Hold on,
I
I need
got
to
1
heal.
HP.
Ooh, we have a new kill leader. I can't wait to meet them.
Gonna use a Phoenix kit.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
Team, I found the next ring location for us. Check your maps.
Replicator being delivered.
Replicator incoming.
Optics here. Mid-range.
Hostile
Big
spotted.
guy right there. 230 meters away. He's actually not far. I don't know what he's doing, but he's on height, so I'm not pushing him. I'm just kind of trying to figure out what the fuck.
Let's check out. Hostile
There's
over.
one under
Cancel.
the bridge.
Hostile over there. Direct hit. Cracked an enemy shield.
Cracked it. I
Reloading.
hit that kid for 115.
Enemy over there.
96.
You trying for res?
I don't know, bro.
Reloading.
Kind of seems like it, but I saw at least there's at least 2, because the first guy I saw was like a Gibby.
The ring is. Let's move
They
that
might
way.
just be a little bit
There is a new
ill in the head. I don't know.
We have a new
I don't
kill
know. They
leader.
might have no
I
idea
can't
what's
wait to
Barrel
going
meet
on.
them.
stabilizer here. Level 2.
We've got 30 seconds to be somewhere else if we don't opening shop. Come see the merchandise. Mama's got you now.
I mean, we're just chilling here, right? I can hit a scan up here.
Well, be careful that they don't rat.
They just got scanned. I think. Oh, right here.
Bad guy over there.
Yeah, they are ratting us.
They're close. They're close.
No, there's like a whole different team.
Taking out with the
They
decoy.
got a Valkyrie.
Coming up to you.
Throwing hard star.
Good idea.
movement in progress.
I knocked the
I
kid.
can see. Frag out.
Are we pushing?
Recharge.
Don't drag.
Taking some damage.
The
Contact.
kid I knocked is out
Reloading.
here.
Sending out another
I want to
radio.
go inside.
Reloading.
Using grapple. And more friends are coming to kill us.
Alter on top. Alter's on height.
And that
By
must have been the
yourself.
last one.
Can you fall down?
Kit.
I'm safe.
I can get the res.
Yeah. Second hit. Shit. Wait. Where's our team? No, fucking
What
shoot.
the fuck?
The guy who can invis reses, okay? Do you understand? Does that make sense? Or are you that dense? We're resing in a
Pretty
doorway.
good game
The
for
guy
me.
who's invisible should res me, not the retarded bitch who has.
Oh,
only
339
weapon.
damage. Not great, but 3 kills. Marek, not getting viewers on
Jesus
streamboo.com.
fucking Christ. That was so stupid.
Appreciate you, though.
I get us an advantage, and I got 2 mental disadvantages on my fucking team.
New bins have been
Probably last game. One team, one dream.
Yup.
Oh, bro, Keith, you gotta try out Ash as well. She's pretty good now. She's like a little air
Ash?
dash, yeah. Ash with the dash.
Alright. And I'm like, no.
Padamis is back.
Where's she at? Right.
She assault legend.
What was that intro? That was sick.
Oh, yeah, bro. I see. I have a thing of buying every Watson skin, and it was a part of one of the Watson skin packs.
Enemies under your blade.
Yeah, the intro it caught me off guard too, bro. When I first saw it, I was like, whoa.
We're gonna ride this Nessie to victory.
Yeah.
This is your champion.
It's almost time to hunt. Splendido.
We
So
have
you
some
were saying-
guys.
So you were saying I could get to bed probably like mid July or early July?
Yeah, like early July. After like we got family coming for
Unintelligent fighter would
4th of
land
July.
there.
So after that you can get it.
Alright.
No mercy.
I gotta figure out how I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna have to get that. So I'm gonna have to go to Lowe's and get them damn straps. You know how to strap it to a car?
Yeah. Like ratchet straps. Yeah, that's pretty easy.
Yeah. I'm gonna go get them ratchet straps, and then we can do that.
We're going to that
I looked it
light.
up on YouTube. But
I was saying I'm gonna go into that light armory. Through here, see if they don't have any attachments for me.
Attention. First blood.
oh shit!
Let's check out that way.
Somebody on that mark. over there.
What you
Stay.
find?
Nothing. It's just a double dash. I just did it. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so it pairs well with like movement and whatnot.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 1.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
That shit works.
Come on, get up there.
Cargo bot down.
1 minute until close. Rings nearby.
Attention. Evo harvesters are online.
I need a vault again.
Rings close. 45 seconds.
Do they have an energy ammo? They do have an energy ammo one.
Where's the energy
Yeah, I
thing over
cooked
there?
last time you used to Volt.
Let's check out that way.
Nah, but I got the attachments for it. That's the problem.
30 seconds to ring closure.
Maybe the Evo just don't land here with us. We're gonna have to rotate out quick.
Oh, so you can use that to go forward. You can't really use it to go up though.
An excellent selection.
New
Yeah.
kill leader.
You go any
Sure,
direction,
me.
left, right, back, even.
Alright, okay.
Champion eliminated.
Another eliminated champion. Bye bye now.
Let's see.
Movement in progress.
Bro, if y'all see some optics, let me know.
Rings moving.
R301.
This weapon is enhanced.
Sniper stock here. Level 3.
Care package being delivered.
Standing by for care package.
Alright, yeah, let's get over the lava.
Enhanced. Beautiful. Dangerous.
They will be
Oh,
bound.
that was my fault. I stood wrong, but
I'll just get us some shield real quick.
Oh,
Oh, never mind.
found the next location of the ring.
Leveled up. I'll pick an upgrade while you line up for autograph. Got extra
Yeah,
supplies
that's
here.
fine.
No need to thank me. Got enemies this way.
Oh, we got people on them. Let's go.
They're not
Yeah,
that. They're
people
not
are-
that close.
damn.
They're not that close. I just hear him.
Oh,
Extra supplies. You
Well, I
will
mean,
do
we can
well
push
to
him if
use
you want.
them.
yeah, we get that early RP.
We can go through this.
I think we
over
should
here.
move that way.
Little energy depot over here for you.
Santa party days. This reminds me of fucking that Titan on Titanfall, Ronin.
Give me my shield to recharge.
He feels like Ronin.
And there goes a boozle! Or something like that. I didn't. Okay. Reloading!
It was a.
Got a portal
They're
too, yeah.
dipping, I think.
We could go there.
Evac tower deployed
Okay.
there.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
A new kill leader. We have our target.
Does this enhanced weapon make me look scarier? I bet it does.
He's running in.
Flying right there.
Target there.
We should hold him
Here.
front side.
Gotta go towards the ring though.
Kill leader.
Yeah. You want to start working our way in?
Fence deployed.
Got some
If the
for him.
fence gets crossed, we'll know.
We might be running into people here too.
Your mic is really low, buddy.
Okay.
Enhance the weapon. Magnifique.
Oh yeah, they jump. Listen, this is what it's room.
Does this enhanced weapon make me look scarier? I bet it does. We should go that way.
Alright.
Care package over there.
They flew left. It's me here, or are you guys? What the dick?
Enemy in that location.
This weapon is enhanced. Send in a decoy. Okay, wait. How do I know that I'm not the decoy? Alright, this is stream within dream stuff.
Beginning ring countdown.
Long walk to the next ring.
About the time I got some objects.
Adequate.
Attention. Delivering replicator.
Replicator incoming.
Bad guys making noise that way. Eavesdropping is a skill, people.
I will join you. Half the squads remain. The field has been cleared and the true test begins.
Sending out my decoy.
We have significant ground to cover.
Weapon enhancement complete.
45 seconds.
This weapon is enhanced.
This weapon is enhanced. Beautiful.
We got the team behind us. Behind us.
Target acquired here.
Send in a decoy. So wait, how do I know that I'm not the decoy?
Inside the ring. 30 seconds to go.
I'm under fire. Caught like a rat in a trap.
Making cracks.
We're pinned.
No squad. No squad. Get the building. Building.
You got I'm taking some damage.
Not a great spot. Anybody got an evac?
Someone else is there.
Yeah, we got pinned. We gotta keep rotating around.
I got a portal.
I might move. I'm gonna run.
Delivering care package.
gosh. Watch out, Loki.
Enemy shield cracked. Enemy down.
Let's move that way.
I got the res. Oh,
I see where you were going with that.
but they had it
That's
across
why
the way.
I was able to stop you.
Yeah. There's joint coming. I got a portal we can take.
Yeah, let's get that shit.
He about to go down.
Circuit's broken. Someone else is here.
Oh, we got
Hey, I'm running.
that dash, bro.
Cool. I forgot about that.
This better? Hello? Here. Woo! Yeah. Feeling 10 pounds lighter. All right, let's do the thing. Julie, do the thing.
Debug our games. Let's dive in and see how this works. So in Blueprint, we were able to write things to the screen when we wanted to quickly display some information or potentially to just debug something. In the past, we have in C++ used
Build failed. Come on. Come on. There we go.
used a uProperty to do that, but we can actually do this using a log statement. And it's a little bit complicated in Unreal, which is why I've shied away from doing it until this point.
If I open Versa.
So we're a bit more familiar with the C++ syntax before introducing it to you. Now, the way it works is if you've got the extension here installed, the Unreal for snippets by Captain Caps, this actually gets a little bit easier because you don't have to remember all of the complexity of the syntax. You just type ulog and it will pop up with an IntelliSense dialog like this saying ulog to help you write out the whole.
IntelliSense? Select solution file? I don't have a solution file. This is the workspace? Yeah, it's a workspace.
Piece of code, and you can hit enter or select it with your mouse, and then what you're going to see is it's written out something that looks a bit like a function. It's not actually a function under the hood. It's got some little bit of Unreal magic going on here, but it's essentially a bit like a function. So what we're going to do here is we're passing in a couple of arguments to this function. The first one tells us what type of log category we are doing. The second one tells us the level of the log, so how urgent it is essentially. And then finally, we've got this thing here, which is basically a function within a function, which tells us the text that we need to print out. So how does this work? If we just leave this in our code, go over into Unreal, hit compile, we want to see where does it show up. Well, once the compilation has finished, we're going to go ahead and hit play. And what you're actually looking for is it's not going to be up on the screen here. It's going to be in the output log down here. And you can see it just about here. It's saying display your message. And we've got how many messages? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The reason for this is it's displaying the message for every single actor in our scene that is a moving platform CPP. So that is why we're getting so many messages. And you can see we can change out the message to be whatever we wanted it to be here. And we could also put some more information into this message, such as the start location or the name of the actor, things like that.
Internal heap limit reached. God darn it. Clean up some space. Oh. We can close this. Bro, I just closed you. Succeeded. All right. Cool. Where's the console output log? Display your message. All right. This is working now.
So here we go. So we've got an output log, we've got our message, and you can start to see what the categories I was talking about are. You can see we've got log temp here, but up above we've got log audio mixer, log world. So they're different categories of logging that help us distinguish where is this message coming from, which part of Unreal is this coming from. But log temp is mostly what we're going to use because it's just a temporary place for logging out debug messages. And then there's display. This is the default level, log level, but we can have messages be a bunch of different things. It can be display or any value from this table down here. So you can see display here, it prints a message to the console and the log file. We've got the log down here, which prints a message only to the log file and doesn't display it in the console. So this is for things where you don't really want it to show up so much, but might want to use it for debugging. If you're debugging someone's game and it ran on their machine, they're sending you a log file. Then you've got warning. This is for when things seem to be going wrong, and it prints it to the log console, and it is also in yellow. Then we've got error, that prints it in red, and then fatal basically prints it to the console and crashes the engine. So you kind of want to use this one as a last resort, but it does allow you to have different levels in the log file, and I'll just show you what it looks like if we put in different messages here. So I'm going to copy our line for logging. I'm going to make 3 of them. We're going to have a display, we're going to have a warning, and we're going to have an error. Now these are typically the levels that we will use, so let's go ahead and have a look and see what they look like. Let's go into that we will use. So let's go ahead and have a look and see what they look like. Let's go into Unreal, hit the compile button, and let's stop. Stop and restart play. And by the way, you can bring up the output log by hitting the tilde key twice. It brings it up. There you go. We've got our output log. And you can see we've got 3 sets of message. The display, which is just in the plain white. Warning, which is in yellow, so it stands out a little bit more. And error, obviously, which stands out a lot more. Now, we can add data to our log messages. I'm just going to delete the warning and error lines of the log. And we can add in some data into this string that's going to be printed out. The way we'd do this is, for example, if I wanted to print out the move distance configured for a particular platform, that's fairly straightforward to do. We can say configured move distance, and that's the text that's going to show up. I'm going to put a colon in here, and remember this is all within the double quotes to make sure that we're including it in the text. And then we can use a % sign followed by the F character. And you see that gets highlighted differently because this is what is known as a format specifier. It's something that comes from C all the way back in history. And essentially, usually you do a % sign and then some letter. You can see the different letters down here. The F corresponds to a decimal floating point. And you can see an example of what the output looks like over in the example column. And there's lots of other things down here. We can represent with D or I a decimal integer like so. So we're using F because we've got a floating point number. And then what we have to do is add in another argument to the UE log function. So make sure that you are doing this after you've closed the brackets for this text function. And instead, we're putting a comma after here. So between these 2 brackets, it should be inside of the outer set, but outside of the inner set, if that makes sense. And then what we can do is we can pass in the value of our variable. So we can do the move distance variable like so. Let's go over into Unreal and see this in action. We'll hit the compile button, close down the compile window, and hit play, and then hit tilde twice to bring up the log. And you can see our configured move distances showing up for the different platforms, 500 and 500 for the 2 moving platforms, and 1500 for the 3 pushers that we've got in the scene. So one piece of information that might be a little bit interesting or instructive is that we've previously talked about how we overshoot, or we did overshoot, the distance moved. And it'll be interesting to know by what kind of levels that is happening. So what we could do is we could create a float variable inside the if statement. So we know that we've currently overshot. We can say overshoot, a float variable called overshoot. We're going to set it equal to the distance moved minus the move distance. So that tells us how much the overshoot was. So I'd like you to have a go at logging the overshoot variable that we just created here. So use the UE log function. By what kind of levels that is happening. So what we could do is we could create a float variable inside the if statement. So we know that we've currently overshot. We can say overshoot, a float variable called overshoot. We're going to set it equal to the distance moved minus the move distance. So that tells us how much the overshoot was. So I'd like you to have a go at logging the overshoot variable that we
Quit delaying my process. Why is this happening? So much bloat. Bloaty bloat, bloat, bloat. Alright. Try this again. There we go, come on. Probably don't need Ubuntu on here. Will it work now? Still failed. Still failed. What are all these Intel? I don't know what this is. NVIDIA app? area overlay container. Can't just I close? No, I can't close this shit. All right, what? Whatever. Central services. Razer Chroma SDK REST server. Like, what is this? Why do I have all this on me? Setup uninstall. Why is that running? Steam is running in the background. Close that. It just opened up. Why the hell did that happen? There we go, 26 gigabytes free now. Let's see if this does 99% complete. Oh, no. Please, 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 let me compile. Dun 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 dun. Please, please, please. Why is this taking a while? Dun 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 dun. Heartbreak is one thing, my ego's another. I beg you, don't embarrass me, motherfucker. Oh, Bill tailed. Alright, it's the same. Oh. Perfect. This is actually a good error.
The overshoot was. So I'd like you to have a go at logging the overshoot variable that we just created here. So use the UE log function. Here it is for reference, at least the kind of structure that you will probably be using. You can also practice using that U log autocomplete to put it in instead, and then compile and test your code and see if it works. Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So we're going to use the autocomplete option here. I'm just going to close down my sidebar to have a little bit more space. And then inside this if, after we've created the variable, we're going to type ulog and hit enter. And then we're going to leave it at display. We're going to make the text platform overshot by, and then we're going to use %f, and then between these two brackets, we're going to add a new argument for the overshoot variable, like so. Now, let's head back into Unreal.
Oh. There. Pays to read the errors. Log? Successfully linked.
The compile button, close down the live coding log, hit play, and double tap that tilde key. And you can see that every time the platform is turning around, it is printing out a log message and saying how many units it overshot by. You can actually see that in a lot of cases, it's overshooting by quite a noticeable amount of units. 3 units or 0.5 units. That's basically 0.5 of a centimeter, 3 centimeters. It's enough that over the course of your game, these platforms could have been drifting. And that's great that we've implemented a fix for that already. Great stuff. So hopefully now you've got another tool in your arsenal for trying to figure out what's going on inside your code. And later on, when you are feeling more confident in making your own code, trying to figure out what's not working so well. Okay, I will see you in the next lecture.
I'll see you in the next lecture.
Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be looking at how we can add dynamic text into our log messages using strings in C++. So let's dive in and learn about strings in C++. So we've seen how to print out some simple things from our UE log, but what if we wanted to print out some more text? Something like the actor name, for example, or even something more complicated, such as a textual representation of a vector. Well, that does not typically have format specifiers, because format specifiers have come to us from the age of C, which is a very basic programming language in comparison to C++, and so certain things just weren't thought up at the time. So things like vectors would not be included in the way that we format and specify them, so we tend to use strings to do this. And as we've said in the past, strings are just text variables. They are variables that contain text. So we can declare strings in C++. We've used f-vectors where we used vectors previously. Here we're going to use f-string as the type for a string. So we can have a string, and I'm just going to put in my string as the variable name for now. And how do we set a string value? Well, we've seen it a little bit around here already. These double quotes are what denote a string value in C++. So all of these expressions here, that one here where we've got the double quotes, also over in the header file where we've got the double quotes for the category, that is a string expression. So what we can do is set the myString variable from this, and I'm going to say myString value just to give us an idea of that and put a semicolon at the end of the line. And then how can we show this in a log statement? So I'm just going to remove the move distance from here as an argument to the UE log, and I'm going to change the text in the log message to say, here's my string, colon, and then instead of the F specifier, we use %s this time to denote the string that we want to print out, and then the argument we pass into the UE log function, again between these two brackets, is going to be my string. Now, unfortunately, that would be great if that just worked by itself, but unfortunately there's a little bit of a complication here in Unreal that it won't accept a straightforward string as an argument to the UE log. It needs a little bit of a converting operator here, and the way we do this is by putting an asterisk in front of the myString, and it just converts it from an F string into the format that it's looking for internally within the UE log. We don't have to go into too much detail as to why it's doing this. It's beyond the level that we need to know at this point in time. I think it's just important to learn it as it is, that when we do a %s, we always need a star in front of our F strings. So let's see if that's worked by going over into Unreal and hitting the compile button. And then we're going to close down live coding, hit play, open up the output log. And here you go. Here's my string value. So it's printing out the value in the myString. But obviously this piece of code that I've just written is not particularly useful because, well, I could have just written this string into here. Why bother with this whole substitution business? Right. Well, where this gets more interesting is where we put a dynamic value into this variable instead. So we could do get name and call that. That is a function here available in the moving platform actor that gets the name of the actor that we see in the level outliner. We can put it into the variable. I'm going to call that variable name instead of my string and change its name down here in the UE log as well. So then we can change the text of the log message to say begin, play, colon, and then it's going to be the name of the actor. So let's go back into Unreal, stop play, hit compile, go ahead and hit play, and open. Colon, and then it's going to
that work? Yeah, baby.
to be the name of the actor. So let's go back into Unreal, stop play, hit compile, go ahead and hit play, and open up the output log, and you can see we get the messages begin play, moving platform 1, begin play, moving platform 3, pushing cube 3, pushing cube 5, pushing cube 7. So we've got begin play and all the names of the different actors. Now this can be very useful because later on down the line where we're printing out our overshoot distance, it's not always clear who is overshooting in this case, because they're all getting messed up together. So being able to print out the name of the actor that is producing the log message can be really helpful in pinpointing where a problem is happening. So I'd like to challenge you to log the name with that overshoot log so that we are going to see who has overshot and by how much. So you're going to add a variable for the name of the actor to tick, like we did in begin play. You're going to get name into it, and you're going to add a %s specifier somewhere, anywhere you like, into your log message where we're printing that overshoot. And you're going to add an argument for that name. We still want the overshoot variable in the list of arguments, but after or before that one, you're going to have to put the argument for the name as well. And it's important here that the order of the arguments matches the order of the specifiers in your message. So if you put %s before %f, then that's the order the name should go, before the overshoot. Or you should do it the other way around if you've done the other. And don't forget to add the star before your variable name to convert the string into something that the UE log can use. Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So we're going to start off by getting a variable, and this isn't strictly necessary, but we are going to use the variable just for simplicity's sake and keeping that line a bit shorter. So we're going to have an f string called name, using uppercase letters usually to start our variable names. We're going to do a get name into that variable, and then we're going to use it as an argument. But where am I going to put my format specifier in the log message? Well, I'm going to put it as the first thing in my log message to kind of make it clear that this is a log message coming from this thing. So I'm going to put %s first, and that means that my argument needs to go before the overshoot argument. So we're going to get the name, put it in here, and we need to put an asterisk in front of the name in order to convert it appropriately. Now let's go back into the editor, stop playing, hit recompile, close the terminal, hit play, and open the output log. And you can see that we're starting to get our tick messages coming through. Got push and cube, overshot by 1, push and cube, 1, 1. So you can see here, you can make a conclusion that we couldn't make before, which is that the faster moving platforms, the pushing cubes, are the ones overshooting by more, whereas the moving platforms seem to be overshooting by less, which is what I would expect, but it's good to see it confirmed here in the logs. Great stuff. So that's it for our little logging diversion. Hopefully you found this interesting, and I will see you in the next lecture.
In the next lecture.
Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be implementing our own class member functions, move platform and rotate platform. We're going to see how we can set them up so they can take in arguments, and it's going to help us tidy up our code a little bit. Let's dive in and see how this works. So up until now, we've been using C++ functions that have already been created for us. We've been using tick, we've been using Big and Play in terms of writing their functionality, and we've also been using functions that other people have written for us. We've been calling them, such as getActorLocation and getName. Now, how can we go about creating new own functions to help organize our code and keep these functions small and everything much more legible? Well, we've got the basic building blocks already in place. By getting towards the end of the section, we understand a lot more about C++ syntax. So what I want to do is essentially create a new function on the moving platform that allows us to have, just in tick, say, call move platform. Why do I want to do that? Well, because being able to make a function call like this called move platform, it really speaks to what we're trying to do. At the moment, we've got a lot of stuff going on in tick, and I'm not entirely clear why we are doing all this stuff if I just come and take a glance at it. If I went into tick and saw a function that says move platform, well, then suddenly I have the context for what all this stuff should be doing, and I don't need a single comment to tell me what's going on. And this is going to be particularly useful when we add into the mix the possibility of rotating the platform as well. So how do we declare functions? Well, the declaration aspect is done over in the header file. That's where we basically say, heads up to C++, we're going to have a function that's going to look kind of like this. And then over in the C++ is where we actually define the function. We give it the body. We tell it exactly to C++, this is how the function works. And let's have a look at how we can do this. We've got a few examples of functions, and we've got Big and Play, we've got tick, and it's a good point in time for us to look at the different sections that we've got in our header file. We've got public and protected being mentioned here, and public being mentioned again. Now, what does this mean? These keywords with the colon at the end basically define a section of accessibility. These functions, where can they be accessed from? We've seen over in the getSafeNormal, this is a function that we're calling on an f vector, but we're calling on it from another class, not from within an f vector. So this means that the accessibility of this function needs to be public. Now, we'll leave aside protected just for the minute because it gets a little bit more complicated there, but there's another type of keyword that we can use, which is private. So I'm going to add, after tick, I'm going to add the private keyword. Notice that I don't indent these sections, and we're going to put a colon at the end. And that means that everything that comes afterwards until the next section, the next keyword that I put in here, is going to be private. So that means we've taken all of these variables and said, hey, no other class is allowed to touch these. And that's usually the best practice. We haven't done it up to this point because I didn't want to get things a little bit too confusing for you. But variables in classes should generally be their own business. It's one of the core tenets of object-oriented programming that we leave classes to manage their own variables, and we only access them using functions that the class denotes as being public. So what we're going to do here is we're going to add some more private functions in here because we don't want something like move platform to be called from outside of the class. We want it to be managed by our own tick function. So how do we define a private function? Well, we put it in a private section. So we've got our private keyword up here. I'm going to put it after our variables, however. And we start off with the return type. And if our function doesn't return anything, we just type void to indicate that there's no return coming out of this function. Then we give it a function name. So we had move platform was what we wanted. And then we give it some parentheses to indicate that this is a function. Open and close parentheses, and then a semicolon to finish off the line and say, okay, that's it. That is the function that I want to declare here in the header file. And all that does is says this is the shape of the function, this is the return, this is what parameters it takes, and the name. and which class it belongs to. Now, to actually give it an implementation, we have to define it over in the C++ file, so let's go over there. And at the end of the file, just outside of any curly braces, this is where we do it. We start again with the return type, so that's going to be void. Then, because we're inside a C++ file, we're not inside the curly braces of a class, we have to use the scope resolution operator to say that we're trying to define a function from within the moving platform class. So we type the name of the class, which is a moving platform, remembering that a prefix is there to say that it's an actor. Then we use : the scope resolution operator, and then we use the name of the function we're defining, which is move platform. And then we use the same set of parameters as we did in the header file. In this case, we had an empty set of parameters, so we just have the parentheses. And then, instead of putting a semicolon at the end of this line, on a new line, we put an opening curly brace and a corresponding closing curly brace. And between these curly braces is where we put the code for our function. Fantastic. So what I want to do now is try and say, well, all of this functionality we've got here, and in fact, I'm going to delete the comments because we no longer need them. They were the pseudocode we used to implement this, but now it's kind of served its purpose. We understand what the lines of code are doing. I'm going to take everything but the move platform function out of tick and copy it and paste it into our move platform function instead. So this should work pretty much the same, because when we go into tick, we then call move platform, and it just runs the same piece of code, except now we've bundled it into a function, and it makes it easier for us to read and potentially reuse in the future. But if you do this, you will notice there is a problem. We are accessing delta time, and that is a parameter we no longer have access to because it was a parameter passed into tick. So if we want to get hold of that, we do need to have a parameter in our function. So when we define parameters, we have to do it in two places, just like when we define the function. We go back over to the header file, and between the parentheses of our move platform function, this is where we say what parameters we want. And it's exactly like defining a variable. You need to give it a type, and you need to give it a name. So we're going to say it's going to be of type float, and we can just call it delta time. It doesn't have to be the same name. We could call it dt, we could call it time, but it's easier to give it the same name because then it's obvious to anyone reading it what should be passed in here. Then over in the C++ file, we need to match the list of parameters. So again, you can just do this by copying and pasting or by typing it out. If you type it out, make sure you don't make any typos because the compiler will complain. So we're going to have a float called delta time passed in as a parameter, or defined as a parameter to move platform. But we haven't actually passed it in as an argument to move platform in tick. And you'll see I've got a little red squiggly line here. If I hover over it, it says there's too few arguments in the function call, because I've defined it in the header file and now in the C++ as well as requiring one parameter of type float. So I must provide that parameter. So I'm going to make sure that the parameter I'm providing, the value that I'm providing, comes from the delta time variable, or delta time parameter from tick. So we're threading the value gets passed into tick, it then gets passed into move platform, and ends up in our parameter in the move platform function, where it can be used to execute our move platform functionality. So I'd like you to create your own rotate platform function that we're going to call from tick. So you're going to add it to the header file like we've done for our move platform function. We're going to add it to the C++ file in the same way as well. So take your hints from the way we did it for those functions, and then call it from the tick function. Make sure you pass in delta time and you define any parameters to allow you to pass in the delta time, and implement the body of the rotate platform so that it logs out a message. It's not actually going to rotate the platform yet, but as a placeholder to make sure that that is actually getting called.
All right, well, start location. Fine. Burp. Oh, it's called a moving platform test 0. Yep, that solved all those issues. Tick function pass Can I see? Open that up. Get actor location, get actor rotation. There we go. That's the one I was looking for. Get actor rotation. Please, 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 please. Current rotation. Where's platform velocity? Equals current rotation. This should be rotation. Flat. Times delta time. I think I need to declare move distance. Oh, it's an F rotator. Okay, that's fine. We can... Current rotation should be where did I declare current rotation? Where's platform rotation? Rotator. All right, I mean, I think that should work. Platform rotator is rotator. Let's just try it. Shamalam dam dow. Shamalam dam dow.
Print a log message using the UE log that we've learned about. Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So we're going to start off in the head file, and we're mostly going to be doing the same as we did for our move platform. We're going to put it in a private section so that it's only accessible within our class. We're going to give it a void return type. We're going to call it rotate platform. We're going to open up the parameter list, and in it we're going to put one parameter, which is going to be a type float. We're going to call it delta time, and close the parameters and finish off with a semicolon. Now, most of what we do over in the C++ file is exactly the same as in the header file. So I'm actually going to copy this line, go over to the C++ file and show you what is different. So I'm going to go to a new empty line at the end of the file, paste it in. And then what's different is over here we need the scope resolution operator in the class name. So we're going to have a moving platform, : rotate platform. Then we have the parameter list, and then we don't need the semicolon on the end. So remove the semicolon, add in a new line, and add our curly braces instead, and a new line between those two curly braces. So what we want to do in here is print out a log message. So I'm going to type log, hit enter. It's just going to be a simple display message. And in the text, I'm going to put the name of our platform. So it's going to be %s. Then we're going to type rotating ... and then I'm going to pass in the name. Now, we could put this into a variable, but because it's quite a short line here, I'm just going to type star get name, and then put the parentheses so that we're calling, essentially here, calling the get name. That is the expression that gets hold of the f string, and then we are converting that result to put into our log message. So from all of our platforms, I'm expecting to see that rotating is printed, but this will only happen if I actually call it in tick. So let's go up to the tick function. After move platform, I'm going to add a new line and call the rotate platform. And we need to, you see when I open up the parentheses, it gives me a hint that I need to pass in an argument for delta time. So again, we're just going to pass that same delta time variable from within here. And like I said, the names here don't have to be the same. So this delta time needs to match with the delta time within tick. But we could choose to call the variable within rotate platform dt instead. And anywhere we use it within rotate platform, we'd have to use dt. The name of the parameter and the argument can basically be different. So let's hop over into Unreal and hit compile. Because we've made some changes to the header file, the compilation will...
I don't have a get name. Live coding. These motherfuckers gonna be turning. Yo! That's wild.
Will be slightly longer than when we just changed the C++ file. And once that's completed compiling, we're going to go ahead and hit play and open up the output log. And you can see that we are indeed displaying log messages about each of the platforms rotating. So it looks like our function is effectively getting called in tick. Great stuff. Now we understand how to create our own functions that are members of a class. It's a very useful tool for reusing our code, but also for organizing it, just like it was in Blueprint. I'll see you in the next lecture.
I'll see you in the next lecture.
Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be looking at how we can return values out of our functions using different return types and a return statement. Let's dive in and see how this works. So last lecture, we said that if our function doesn't return a value, then the return type should be void, which is what we've done here. But what if we wanted to take a function such as basically checking whether we should turn around? You know, this function here in the if statement, if we could say should turn around instead, it would be a much cleaner function at the end of the day. So how do we do that? How do we achieve a function that can return a Boolean expression? Well, the way we do it is simply by using a type instead of the void. So if we were to want to return a Boolean expression, we could type bool like we would for a variable. But the thing that distinguishes the function from the variable is the fact that we put parentheses after it. That makes it a function rather than a variable. And what we could do is call it should platform return. And then we put our parentheses, and in this case, I don't have anything that I want to pass in as an argument to this function, so I can just leave the parameter list empty, put a semicolon at the end of the line, and then copy this entire line and go over to the moving platform CPP. And right at the end of the file, you could put it anywhere you like, really, between any of the functions. Just make sure it's not inside a function. I'm going to paste it in here. I'm going to unindent it, and I'm going to add the class and the scope resolution operator. So a moving platform should platform return, then remove the semicolon, add some braces instead. And what we want to do here is if we want it to actually return a result, we need to use a special keyword return followed by an expression of the correct type. So in this case, it has to be a Boolean expression. So I could return true and then put a semicolon at the end, or I could return false and then put a semicolon at the end. But it doesn't have to be that simple. It could actually be any expression. It could be another call to a function. It could be a variable. It could be a use of some operators as we have up here inside our if statement. So in fact, let's go ahead and try doing that. I'm going to take this expression, the distance moved, and is greater than move distance. I'm going to cut it out, and I'm going to put it as the return expression for the should platform return function. You notice it's going to complain here because distance move isn't a local variable within our should platform return function. So we're going to have to move some more things over. But before we do that, I don't want to forget to put a call to the should platform return in our if statement. So should platform return, and then remember to put the parentheses so the function actually gets called inside our if statement. So now it's starting to read a bit better to me. If platform should return,
Yeah.
then we do all of the following. So now what we need to do is bring across the distance moved variable that we've got in move platform. We don't actually need it inside move platform. I'm going to cut it out and bring it and put it on the line before our return statement. Usually the return statement is the last thing in a function because once you've returned out of a function, you actually don't do anything else. If I were to put something like a log message, so I'll put a ulog after my return statement with some sort of message, usually what's going to happen is you'll get a warning from your compiler saying that this line will never be reached, and that you probably didn't mean to do that. So the return statement usually is the last thing. So having moved across the line that defines the distance moved in our should platform return function, you can see it's now saying, hey, I don't have a current location. And well, the current location we can just very easily grab. We've set the current location just before we're calling should platform return. So actually get actor location is exactly what we want. So I'm just going to put that instead of a variable. I'm just going to put a call to get actor location in the place in should platform return. So now what we've got is the distance moved is equal to the effective distance between the start location and the get actor current location. So if that's greater than our configured move distance, then yes, the platform should return. That's what this function is saying, and it allows us to use it at a higher level of abstraction from within a move platform function. Now you'll notice that it's now complaining that we can't get the distance moved to print our overshoot. Well, that's no big deal. I don't actually want to print that anymore. It's kind of messing up my function anyway, so I'm going to delete the overshoot variable line. I'm going to delete the get name line. I'm going to delete the log message because it was only there temporarily, hence the log temp name. So now our move platform function is starting to look a lot cleaner. We can see that we are doing some updating of the location here. We can see whether the platform should return, and if it should, then we are updating the location and flipping it around. Now, one thing that I think would look a little bit better here is if we had an else statement instead of having this bunch of code up the top. So if the platform should return, we will execute this, else we will execute the normal code in terms of moving it forward. So remember, we cast your mind back to when we talked about the else statement. It just comes after an if statement, and we just do it like this. After the braces, we have a new line and type else, then another new line and open some new parentheses, and we can just move this code that's up here at the top of our tick we can take it and move it down into the else statement. So now it seems pretty straightforward. Should the platform return, then do the code that does platform returning, else we're moving the platform forward with our platform velocity. Now I'd like to challenge you to create your own function with a return value. I'd like you to add a getDistanceMoved function. So we've currently calculated this into a variable called distanceMoved. I'd like you to replace that with a call to a function instead. So it should return a float, because that's how the type of distance move. We should call it in should platform return. So instead of using the fvector_dist, we should be using our own implementation. So what code should it contain? What code should we put into it? The hint is that we've already typed this code, so you are just copying and pasting it into the new function. But have a little think about what the return expression should be, such that what we're returning is the distance moved value.
Please, 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 don't prove I'm right. Current rotation. Where's that bool? Distance move. Return.
Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So let's go over to our header file. We'll add a new function here with a float return value called getDistanceMoved, and then we're going to have no arguments in the parentheses, and then we're going to go over to our moving platform CPP. We're going to add in a float, a moving platform, : distance moved, or getDistanceMoved, I should say, parentheses, and then we'll put a new set of braces on the next line. And what we want to return is literally just the expression we're using to create our distance moved float. So I can cut that out and paste it in here. So it's fvector : dist, start location, get actor location, and put a semicolon at the end of that line. And that means that in should platform return now, instead of having this distance moved variable, I'm going to delete that line that's half completed. We're going to return get distance moved, parentheses, is greater than the move distance. So we've kind of taken what was going into a variable and pulled it out into its own function instead. And this means that whenever we want to refer to the distance moved, if we did want to have kept that log message in move platform, then we can easily just call the function getDistanceMoved from any of the functions in our class. Great stuff. So in this lecture, we've learned about return statements and return values, and we've used them to create 2 new functions in our class. I'll see you in the next lecture.
Return value optimization. Get distance moved. Move distance.
Lecture. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be looking at the C++ equivalent of pure blueprint functions, which is const functions. We're going to see what this const keyword is, how we use it, and how it restricts what we can do in our code to make us safer. Let's dive in and see how it works. Over in Blueprint, we were able to make a function pure, and that meant that we could take away the need for the execution pins. Now, in C++, we can do something a little bit stronger, which is to make a function const. Now, what does it mean to make a function const? It means that that function cannot modify the state of your class, and it is actually enforced by the rules of the compiler. So let me give you an example. If I were to take our should platform return function, this is not a function that should modify anything in the class, and it would be an error, really, if we forgot that, because it would be weird if calling this and using it in an if statement actually changed the location of the platform, or if it updated the move distance or platform velocity. So to keep ourselves honest to that, we can make it const. And the way we do this is by putting the const keyword after the parentheses of the function. We often leave a space here as well. Now, in order for it to correctly match up to the function in the C++ file, we actually have to put that const keyword over there as well. Now, like I said, this now makes it an error to do anything that would modify the class. So if in should platform return I were to try and modify a class variable such as move distance, I might try and set move distance to 200. Let's see what happens when we go over to Unreal and hit the compile button. Okay, you can see that there's now an error. It does fail to build, and if you look at the error, you can see that there's something being said here about not being able to modify something because it's being accessed through a const pointer. Now, don't worry about that language. It's a little bit hard to interpret, but the point is the keyword const was there, and it's saying it's not able to modify something. And that is crucial. Also, if you call any functions that aren't marked as being const, that's also a problem. So while it's fine to call getActor location, that is a const function, doesn't change anything, just gets the location, it's not okay to call setActor location. That hasn't been marked as const, and so it's not valid. It could be modifying the class. So any function that's not marked as const is not allowed to be called from within a const function. And so you can see a problem emerging. We can't actually call getDistanceMoved from within our should platform return, because should platform return is const, but getDistanceMoved hasn't been marked as such. So a quick challenge to you, get the distance moved const, make getDistanceMoved const. So in the header and CPP.
Wait, what? Ugh. Failed to create virtual memory for PCH. Internal heat limit reached. Okay. That is the error that I was seeing before. CPU is running overtime right now. I'll copy and paste that in into the old Google machine. Wait, what? All right, so it's essentially saying it's a builder. Can I not remove these constants in wood build? I forgot to try to compile after the last one. Do I not have enough free space?
Give me a kid. We're at EWC. Things aren't going well. It's getting dire. We're down to the last couple.
I'm not ready to send you. Okay? So you better state your reasons, or I'm going. Excuse me, you need to leave. Yo, he's beeping. What? Yes, you need to leave. Yes, you.
Hi there. I'm Harry.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Amy.
Oh wow. Oh, tasty. Holly.
Starting to get a little hungry. please, please, please. Don't prove I'm right. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh. Makeup so nice. Heartbreak is one thing, my ego's another. I beg you, don't embarrass me, motherfucker. Dun, 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 dun. Please, please, please. Come on. What's going on here? Try it again. Live compile. Alright, so there is an issue with the code. If should platform return bang. What the fuck? Live compile. Let's just try to build from here. Internal heap limit reached. Oh boy, that's so annoying. I need more heat. Alright, looks like we're playing Minecraft, baby. Woo! Let's go see if we got some food at. Meat stick. Oh, hell yeah. Alright, this ain't working. It ain't working, Chief. Alright, we're just going to video. Oh. 10 weeks. Hell yeah, dog. Go chop some motherfucking trees. I maybe should have bought some emeralds right off the rip. Mashugana. Mashugana. Oh wait, where am I going? I'm gonna need 4 protection 4s, a lot of unbreakings, 4, 5, 6, 7 unbreakings. Come on. Oh. Okay. I can. Refill your trades, please. Oh. That's all I got from you? Pumpkins and melons. Alright, how do I make a stone cutter? One iron. Pretty sure you can give me stone, no? Did the trade for straight stone? Ah, but that means I need silk touch. I should make a loom instead. Loom and string and planks. Do I have string? Can I make string? I think I have. Oh. I do have string. Loom. Gray wool. What about you? What about this guy? you up your trades yet? Damn it. Alright, I think the best bet is actually stone cutter. I think if I get you... I think if we do that, I mean, it's a gamble. I mean, that's not really a great trade. Protection, unbreaking should go on there. Other calling. I got 3 protections. Can we make some more kids, please? Need some more youths. Come make some sweet babies. There you go. That's what I was looking for. Can I stack these? No. Unbreaking. Flint. Food. I'm gonna go get some more food. Actually, I want those books. Unbreaking. This is fine. I don't need mending on that yet. I do want efficiency. And I need mending. Kahookie Crisp. Damn it! Alright, I'm pretty good to go. I don't need this, don't need this, do need the food, don't need this. I'll take some logs with me, got some coal. Alright, let's... I'm definitely gonna need another shield. Probably get that on the way though. Perfect. I don't have Silk Touch. I don't need Silk Touch. I don't think I can put Silk Touch and Mending on. No, I can. It just kind of sucks to do. Guess I will need doors. Oh, Geode. What up with it? What am I doing here again? Do I have a bucket of water? I do. I think minus 53 is a good spot to mine for diamonds. I guess that's what I could be doing right now. I mean, I'll definitely take obsidian too if I find it. Can't see shit down here. Oh! Oh my gosh, the trial chamber? Brew, I don't know how to do this. Happy mushrooms. Alright, water is actually a very probably, if I'm gonna die, drowning. Come on, you freaking water. You freaking water. Oh, fuck that. I don't know how to do it. Polished cup. I think I come back to this. I don't think I do this right now. What am I at? Minus 32. Cobblestone. Holy doody 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 doo. Lava. Yeah, baby. Oh. Polished tough bricks. We don't need gabbled deep slate. Let's open up a little bit over here. Hey, you dingbat. I will take some skeletons. I think we're okay without dirt. Hey, come and get me, bruh. Come and get me. Gravel. The one iron. Alright, I'm just gonna make a shield. Not really getting anything done right now. It's going back. Slime? Gotta be under, right? Bedrock? Oh, fuck. I would for sure be dead if I wasn't for my armor right now. Yo, chill. Enderman. Scary. Okay. Fuck the granite. Diamonds. More diamonds. Hannah Brooks. Sorry I missed your message. Hello, what's good? This was 10 minutes ago. My B, Hannah Brooks, if you're still there. My B. Hope you're having a wonderful day today. Thanks, Hannah Brooks. Hope you're having a wonderful day today, too. See if I can't get a... Fuck you. Alright, where are these diamonds? Ah, yes, it's spider. Don't look at Mr. Enderman. God damn it. Oh boy. Oh boy's trying to get me to peek at him. Smexy, diorite, calcite. Power strap is going nowhere. Crystal. There was another one or something. Ow! I know there were more diamonds around here. Oh, here we go. This one. Okay. Yikes. Oh, diamonds. A big block. Ain't no way that's outside. All right, wait. There it is. Okay. Arachnistificus. Lots of creepy boys. Light her up. Oh fuck. Oh shit. This is quite large. Okay, you got enchanted weapons over here. I might have to come back with some more torches. I'm all over the place. Bitch. Twas not what I intended. You No, no, no. Alright, you're cool with me down there. Diamond? Enderman? Not ideal. Bro, how am I missing my fucking shots here? Oh my god, what was that? That freaked me out. It's a giant freaking... Alright, let's make our way back. And a brush. Almost 3. I gotta call it quits. Good heavens. Oh, I have so much coal. so many trees. Holy cannoli. right, calling it for the day. Almost 5 hours. Ooh, went overboard.